Can hear you clearly.
You can hear, we always do the sound check. Let's do a sound check with the Tshwane team, City of Tshwane team. Good morning to you colleagues. And also good morning to our colleagues from Parliament who make all of these meetings possible for us and put everything in place, including this virtual hearing. Thank you very much. We appreciate the work that you do for Parliament and the people of South Africa. And thank you and welcome to the team from the Auditor General as well. I see some of the colleagues are on here. But before I go any further, may I please just check with the Tshwane team if everyone is in the room, so to speak, so that we don't start speaking before everyone is.
Good morning, Chair. We are waiting on the big screen in the boardroom called Mayoral Boardroom. They've not admitted us yet, so we're still on one laptop.
So is it something that we must sort out for you, or is it something
Yes,
that...
if admin can just admit Mayoral Boardroom, don't touch it.
Please, if we can, to the team, if we can admit the Mayoral Boardroom. There's about 16 people there.
Okay.
We're trying again, Chair.
Okay, no worries. We'll get it right.
This meeting is being recorded.
That I suspect you might be in then.
Yes.
Okay, just then get rid of the other laptop. I think that's what's giving the feedback. Are you now well connected and you can see me? Okay. The joys of virtual parliament. Team Tshwane, can you hear us from the boardroom? Okay.
Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson Johan Mettler here, City Manager.
Yes.
We have you on the screen.
Okay, there's an echo. I suspect you might have two laptops connected, so you need to mute one.
Chairperson?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we can now see the boardroom.
Yes, we were not sure how to help you in terms of us getting closer to this screen, but the whole team is here. You can guide if we need to change the way we look. I will try to get as close as possible to the...
Yeah, Honorable Executive Mayor, I am gonna need binoculars to see. I've just put on my glasses, but the most important thing is that we can hear each other. So firstly, can we sort out the sound? So you guys sound very far.
Let me test something.
Perhaps what you can do.
Yes. How do we sound Chairperson, can you hear me better?
I can, although, so what I do worry about, because these sessions are broadcast, so what is likely to happen is that the whoever is watching on the stream, journalists and everyone included, is likely to hear the members and less likely to hear you guys in the room. So the way the sound is captured is not very strong. So what you can do, if I may advise, you can have a laptop that is so you could have two computers, and you mute the microphone of the one that is on the screen when one of you is speaking, and that person speaks to the laptop like this. I don't know if that I think that may help. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult to hear you. So we get messages from journalists and the like who say they can't hear when there are some problems. They send them to us. Can we test the sound again?
Chair, we're not able to hear anything at the moment.
Yeah, we're not. I am also not able to hear anything. So can I? Do you have somebody there, Executive Mayor Dr. Metler, who can assist just to solve the sound? We can live with the picture, but sound is very important.
We're going to use the sound. So we can choose that one, that sound off on that side.
Can you try?
Sorry?
Okay. Okay, Chairperson, we're trying again, just in terms of the sound.
The sound is excellent where you're speaking now.
Okay, Chairperson, then I think we will be able to go ahead. We can deal with the technicalities of who will be flighting the presentation, but you can guide us, Honourable Chair.
Yes, so that we don't have glitches as we move. So I will make some introductory remarks. They won't be long, just a minute or two, just to orientate all of us around our process today. And then I will hand over to the Tshwane team because you've sent us a submission, to go through that submission for about 35 minutes. The members have received it, they have read it, but I think to hear your voice over it is important. After that, we will then get into an interaction with between the members and the team from Tshwane. Each of the members will get an allocated time to have an interaction with the team from Tshwane, and then we move on like that. Now, we've got permission from Parliament to continue after the afternoon session. So what we will do is we will continue with that program because we want all the members to get an opportunity to interact with you. Once we are done in terms of the schedule that we've had, hopefully we finish sooner, then we will be done together. So that is going to be the process. Now, if you tell me that you are ready to share the presentation on the screen and the executive mayor is ready to fire, then we can go. Perhaps you can, while whoever is presenting, try and sort out in the background the issues in the room with your technical team. We will take a human rights break at some point during the course of the morning. That may be another opportunity to do a technical fix. I hope that that makes sense.
Okay.
Chair,
Yes.
Chair, there's something that sounds horrible on
No,
the ears.
it
I
is
think it's
the
from their side. There is
it's
a
from their
mic
side.
which
Yeah.
is on, and they must switch that mic off. Thank you.
Yeah, there is a second mic. So the only microphone that must be on, for example, when the mayor is speaking, is the mayor's laptop. And then next time it's only that one. If there are two mics on, it's gonna cause an echo.
Chair, can I check if you can
Yes.
hear me?
We can hear you. And the interference is not there.
You can mute this one, the big screen.
Yeah.
Problem is that the noise muting is not going to happen unless you just use one microphone and one door.
Chair, can I test if you can hear us clearly?
I can hear you clearly, and the feedback is gone.
Chair?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Chair, and my apologies about the technical glitches. Chair, as I start, greetings to yourself and the members of the committee. I just want to briefly introduce the team that is with me and table the apologies from our side. Chair, in the boardroom, it's myself, Nasipi Moya, the executive mayor. I've got the chairperson of the APC committee, Mr. Robert Ellis Cameron. I've got the city manager. We've got the acting CFO. We've got the acting COO. We've got the head of legal, head of HR, and the CAE. So those are the colleagues that are with us in the boardroom. The apologies that we have, chairperson is our MPEC chairperson who's not feeling well, as well as the deputy executive mayor who also dubbed as the MMC for finance, also not feeling well. But Chair, we came prepared in terms of answering all the questions. Chair, I'm not going to take too much time so that I can allow other colleagues to share in the time that is allocated to us. But just to say, Chairperson, what we are presenting to you as this team from the city of Tshwane is the strategic direction that the institution is taking. And for us, when we say the strategic direction that we are taking, the institution had shown weaknesses and to getting to a space where this institution is failing to deliver on its mandate because of institutional weaknesses. We've seen this becoming so evident in the 2021-2022 financial year, Chair, where for the first time, an institution that used to normalize getting unqualified audits received an adverse finding. Those adverse findings, Chair, has been followed by the 3 consecutive qualified audit. To us, this is not just about the audit outcomes, Chair. This is about the strength of this institution to be able to deliver. And so we have over these years, especially the past 5 years, Chair, we have shown these signs of weaknesses, whether you're looking at our financial stability, whether you are looking at the nature of the findings in our audit outcomes. But with the one that I just want to focus on, Chair, is the issue of the financial stability of the city. As I said, the audit outcomes then give you an indication of whether you are doing what you're supposed to do and how you're supposed to do and by when you're supposed to do. But I think part of the challenges of the municipality has been the financial stability. In the 2020-2021 financial year, for the first time, the city adopted an unfunded budget with an average of 4 billion rand deficit. That trend continued for the 4 years, Chairperson. And of course, it had an impact. It had an impact in the budget, in what you promise communities will be done, cannot be done because you continue with the unfunded budget. And of concern on the side of the capital investment, Chair, we have over the years, decreased from 4 billion rand, an average of 4 billion rand investment, which is still little for an institution our size, to 2 billion rand over the 4 years where there was unfunded budget because of the audit findings, we couldn't go and get a loan to augment what we have. The municipality wasn't collecting enough to boost through the council funding. But that was what, but in terms of the root causes of this financial instability also was the issue of revenue collection. Chair, you would know that as a country, like everybody else, we were hit by the COVID, pandemic, especially in terms of economic opportunities. We have seen it on this side in terms of the ballooning debtors book. We have attempted, Chair, so once while we were looking at how do we then stabilize the finances of the institution, we had to take a deep dive in terms of the debtors book. What is it that we can do differently so that we can get more residents to pay for services? In those debtors book, we adopted a debt relief scheme, which enabled us to understand from the business sector, from the residents, what will it take for us to go back to collect a revenue. And in that, Chairperson, we were able, not so much because we could collect at the desired percentage, but we were able to decide as the institution to go back to have a funded budget. That funded budget for the 2025-26 financial year was fully funded, but obviously there were compromises that needed to be taken, including the kind of expenditure that we prioritize, but also we intensified our revenue collection. We then coupled that with the debt relief scheme, where we worked with the businesses and households so that we can be able to assist and write off a portion of their debt so we can have a more loyal customers coming back to pay their rates and taxes. But we also went, because our indigent basket has increased, Chair. We've got about 38% of unemployment in the city. And we saw now the expansion of the indigent basket, where we decided that our threshold for households that are deemed indigent was 150,000 for the longest time. In the previous financial year, we then decided to increase that to 250,000. And in all of this, Chair, was not to try and sweeten, the deal with the residents, but also to be realistic about what is it that we can do to know what is realistic we can get from the debtors book and what we can get from the debtors book. But also, Chair, so with all the efforts that we've put in with the governance structures in the city, whether from the APC side, from the MECO side, from the other committees that we have come up with as the institution, such as the Executive Audit Tracking Committee, such as the Revenue and Performance Management Committee, such as the Consequence Management, as well as the Economic Growth Committee, because we could not continue to treat the issue of the expanding indigent basket as a case that is in isolation. So we have set up all these structures, Chair, and where we are now, and I know that the presentation has been read by the members. I think there's been an improvement in the engagements with the AGSA. We do have an open line with them, but also we contracted them to help us with the pre-audits. We did it in the previous financial year. We're doing it again in this financial year, where we periodically submit our financial statements to them so that come the time for the actual audit, that we have ironed out a lot of things. We have for the 2024-2025 financial year, we have improved our audit outcomes. We obviously were desperate for the unqualified audit, but we couldn't get it. What we received was a qualified audit with a reduction in qualifications from 6 to 2. And the 2 that are remaining, which we are also working with CSIR on, is the issue of PPE as well as the contingency liabilities. We also, Chair, have achieved the funded budget the last year, but also with the draft budget that is going to council at the end of the year. We have been in close contact, obviously, with the National Treasury to say whether this is credible in terms of us saying it is a funded budget. We've seen even an improvement in the indicators, Chair, in the financial indicators, where we are now starting to improve in the percentage of the creditors that are being paid within 30 days. And I know an average of 60% is far from being a desirable state, but considering where we come from, Chair, it's for us to only improve on that. The liquidity is also improving, not close to where we need it to be, but there has been an improvement. On the audit outcomes, Chairperson, we obviously looking at the balance that we've been working with, say from the 2023-2024 financial year audit outcomes. I can say, Chairperson, that on the irregular expenditure, there has been an increase from 13 billion rand to 18 billion rand in the past 3 years. While we have investigated, the 12 billion rand has been to MPEC, has been to council, but it still remains a cause for concern, the 5 billion rand that increased in the space of the 2 years. On the unauthorized expenditure, Chair, we've seen also a reduction in it and mostly focusing on the non-cash items, but the colleagues will go through the details. The fruitless and wasteful expenditure, Chair, has been reduced from over 3 billion to just over 1.4 billion rand. And it's because of the recoveries that have been recommended, because of the write-offs and adjustments that have been effected on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And I must make a note here, Chair, that as we are dealing with the assets under construction, there is a great deal of monies that we then have to write off as fruitless and wasteful expenditure from that exercise alone. On the deviations and the contract extensions, Chair, we moved from 934 million in the 2022-2023 financial year to 284 million rand in the 2024-2025 financial year. And this financial year, where we are on the 11th month, Chair, we haven't had a deviation that has been approved in the municipality. In terms of the contract extension, we've significantly reduced it, Chair, from 234 million to 2 million rand. And these improvements, while they are not the best state of affairs for us, they show the impact of the work that we have been doing with the different governance structures. But what I want to end it with before I give to the team to show the presentation, Chair, is the issue of corruption and consequence management in the city. Last year, there's been, and I'm talking about this case because they're in the public domain, the issue of the water tankers. So when it comes to the budget of the municipality, we've got, line items that are high cost. So there's one which is watchman services. That has been a subject of discussion at the Madlanga Commission. We've got one which is water tankers for emergency services, and we've got one that is waste. Those are the 3 line items that having a lot of budget that is assigned to it. Chair, when the scandal that was titled the 777 million scandal happened, it challenged us to go back and check what went wrong. while we could explain when the expenditure happened, how it happened, and the root causes of it, we did say that we could not justify the amount of money that we are spending on water tankers, especially for emergency services. So what we decided, Chair, was to cut the expenditure on water tankers, in addition to the work that we are doing with SIU to go back and look what has happened in the past. We also have questions, so we have contracted then SIU to work with us to investigate those amounts, whether those amounts were justified or not. But we then said it's one thing to say SIU must investigate what are the strategic decisions that we are taking as the municipality, where we need to intervene. And we have reduced, we halved the amount that we, this financial year, that we had previously spent on water tankers. We went as far as to say for the emergency services, we will rely on the fleet of tankers that we own as this municipality, which is a combination of new and the ones that have been converted from other fleet that we had. So we're making progress in terms of that. On the watchman services, I think the biggest thing that we've had, and it contributes to our irregular expenditure, is the issue of the extension of that contract. From the 1st of April, we had to reduce the budget that is going to watchman services. And what we are saying, while the work is done, there's an investigation on it. What we need to do now is to make sure that we beef up our internal capacity to deal with that. So while all these efforts are happening and we are happy that we see some slight improvement in the way we work, there's impact, and the communities are starting to receive, services. But what we don't want is to relax in terms of what has been the sources of bleed in the city. So those are the issues, Chair, that I just wanted to highlight, but I will then give to the APC Chair and City Manager for their inputs. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you guys have sharing rights on the presentation? I just want to be sure.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Are you joining us from space?
Chair, what the Mayor has explained is the end of a long process, because the city has come a long way in terms of its control environment. If the AGSA had to impose the same level of and standard that they expect of the city now 10 years ago, there would be considerably more qualifications 10 years ago than now. And the Audit Committee has partnered with the AGSA in focusing the city's attention to the areas that the Mayor is explaining are now receiving attention. The city has come a long way in developing its controls over the last 10 years. And I just want to give a broad outline of some of the issues. And the first one is a change in culture. There is a lot of emphasis currently being placed by the Mayor and the City Manager on performance, on actually getting things right. The second thing that has happened over the years is there's been a number of crises, and perhaps they've been to our advantage. There is at the moment a severe liquidity crisis, which arose out of COVID. But the city was complacent and didn't take action quickly enough. And now we are really forced to focus on the collection of debtors. What are the systems needed to actually identify where the money is not coming in? Because in the past, the city was well funded and people paid. There's been a change in culture of the payers, and that needs to be addressed. And even good payers, government departments, businesses need to be schooled in what is expected behavior. And the city has developed very clear ways of doing that. The AGSA has, over the past 5 years, qualified on a number of occasions, and they've qualified on areas that the APC have pointed out to them are potentially a concern, and of which we've known are potentially a concern for many, many years. The completeness of creditors, the proper reconciliation of creditors and understanding what our liabilities are, something that over the past 4 years we've struggled with. We've finally got it really under control, and now we can actually understand what our financial position is. In the past, the value of our debtors was also uncertain. The debtors were overvalued. The AGSA didn't qualify, but they warned us that that needs to be addressed, and that has been done. What is coming out now is a lot more information and transparency about the issues that the city faces. Over the past 3 years, there's been a functioning risk committee that really has focused on the major risks the city faces. There are 10, one of which is the liquidity problem. But water and electricity losses, the wastewater situation, cybersecurity, all of those need careful attention. And the culture change means that we can now start actually dealing with the issues. We've talked about the UIFW, and sometimes the pressure to reduce UIFW is inappropriate. In fact, what has happened recently is we have increased it, and that's a good thing, because we are now, through probity audits, through the work of Group Audit and Risk, identifying prior to the Auditor General finding out on a sample basis about UIFW where our problems lie. The Audit Committee has also focused very much over the last 2 years on emphasizing the importance of proper controlled environment. We need to design our controls in a way that identify where the risks are. And a very basic example is, are we invoicing for every bin that we have out in the field? If we don't have a proper control environment that identifies the bins we buy and place and monitors that on an annual basis, we will never bill all of our revenue. And those types of things are now becoming part of the culture of the city. But there's a long way to go, and the city still faces severe liquidity crisis. The collection of debt remains crucial to the future survival of the city. I'll give over to the city manager.
Thank you very much. Can we also just flight the presentation?
So, Dr. Metla, can I say you've got until 10:30 for the presentation? Let's say 10:35. Can you hear me?
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. I will try and be brief. You have given us an indication that we have just about 30 to 35 minutes, and we've taken a considerable time already. So the presentation, I will skip then the first few and go straight to slide number 6. I'll skip this one. I think the executive mayor spoke about this, also spoken about administrative accountability, and it's all there. Just very briefly on the material irregularities. We have improved significantly over time. There were 14 irregularities that were issued against the city since 2018-19 audit. In the year under review, 24-25, there were no material irregularities issued against the city. Furthermore, of those 14 issued, the city has adequately addressed 12 matters, and that's confirmed by the AG, and it would also be in our audit report that you have, and with 3 MIs then being actively implemented by the city, together with another 5 that are being implemented by other stakeholders such as courts etc. They will then we will continue to report on those until the remaining actions are completed. Chairperson, on the audit outcomes, I think enough was said on the audit outcomes by both the executive mayor and the chair of the audit committee. Then just on the infrastructure projects, I do have a colleague here, the acting COO, but I will just go through the highlights and perhaps we can then deal with some of the detail during the course of the questioning session. We have a total capex budget of just over 2.7 billion rand as at the 30th of April of this year. We have spent about 58% of the capex budget. There's then a further capex expenditure commitment of about 150 million. That will push it up to 1.7 billion. And then we then do expect at the now with the April figures coming out that we would be at 71%. We do anticipate, Chairperson and members of the SCOPA, that we should be able to spend by the end of this year 100% of our capex. I'm a bit more conservative, but it should be above 95% of expenditure. On the previous financial year, Chairperson, as per the report that you have, we have spent 98% of our capital expenditure. What we are doing is to monitor our performance on a weekly basis. We promptly escalate and we ensure that decisions are made quickly. I will then skip. These are just some of the details as per funding source, but I think it's going to take too much time. We can deal with that during question time. We have a capital project governance and oversight system in the city. We have a REPCO that the executive mayor has been speaking about. She chairs the REPCO. There's also a COO cluster capex expenditure and procurement implementation meeting that happens weekly. There's departmental performance tracking, and also there are site project progress performance and tracking that happens on a nearly on a daily basis. I will continue. That's our project management. We can leave that for question time. As far as our UIFW is concerned, as indicated, our CAE is also available for further questioning. So I'm going to leave it at that as what you have here. The only comment I want to make is there at the bottom, at the subsequent to the year end of 24-25. We had an authorized expenditure of just over 2 billion. That has now been processed by council, and there's a balance of just over 1.2 billion that remained at the end of March. We do expect the unauthorized expenditure at the end of this financial year to be null. The expenditure is mostly non-cash, emanating from depreciation and impairments. Yes.
The chair says you've got until 10:30 to present this.
20 minutes.
Yes,
Oh,
so
20 minutes. Okay. Okay, thank you, Chairperson. I was running away with myself here. Then on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we have subsequent to the year end of 24-25, we have a total of 811 million that has been processed by council, and there's a balance of 600, just over 600 million that remains as at 31 March. Investigations are ongoing for the remaining and they will be finalized by the 30th of June. It is also to just to note that the write-offs includes a total of just over 50 million, which has been approved for recovery. As far as the regular expenditure is concerned, the executive mayor has spoken about that. We have, just as a comment, a total of 12 billion of irregular expenditure has been investigated. It is currently being processed through the impact and through the council. We can take further questions then on that. Then on deviations and extensions, there has been a greater emphasis in the past financial year and currently on controls surrounding supply chain, because that was really the root cause of the deviations and the extension of contract, poor contract management, and also poor performance management. So as a result of that greater emphasis, it has resulted in a drop in the number of deviations and the contract extensions over time. It still happens, and when it happens, then it gets reported to the mayoral committee and then also to the council, with the appropriate processes then taking place if there has to be any investigations. So these controls have resulted in a drop over the 3-year period. Then on the implementation of the audit action plan. So as you can see, we had an adverse opinion in 21-22. There were 28 qualification areas. Then we improved slightly in 22-23. We were qualified with 13 qualification areas. In 23-24, again, a qualified opinion, but with a reduction of more than 50% in the qualification areas, then to 6. And as indicated earlier in our submission, we are currently with 2 qualification areas, the contingent liabilities and our assets. We are, well, I want to say we're moving in the right direction, but that's not for me to say. We are busy with the execution of the action plans to address these shortcomings. We also, in terms of Circular 113, we also put our information on the National Treasury portal, and the status is stated as per the slide. We have fully developed action plans for all of the matters which were raised by the AG, and these are then detailed above. Internal audit is in the process of validating the action plans and the actions that we have embarked upon, and that is then overseen on a monthly basis by myself in the MCAM, and there are also MCAMs that are being run by the CFO, where some of the more technical matters are then being dealt with. The progress on addressing the qualification areas, we have set out there. The main issue, Chairperson, is one contingent liability register for the municipality. There used to be 2, one for legal and one for finance, and it soon became, and of course it was not digitized. That is and that was the root cause. So the two didn't speak to each other. It was really a material misstatement. We will be going into a fully automated and digitized system as from the 1st of July of this year. So we do expect this one to be nipped in the bud, as we would say. And the second one on property, plant and equipment. We have set out what it is that we are doing here. And the main thing, Chairperson, when it comes to property, plant and equipment, is for us to agree with the AG on the methodology that we are employing in order to put a value to all of our assets. And it is that matter that we expect to have finalized within the course of this month, so that the numbers that we would put forward then when we submit our final statements by the end of August, that those numbers would then correspond with what the AG would have audited. Then in terms of our governance structures that we have set in place to address the AG findings, we have this weekly circular 113 meetings where the departments report on progress against the audit findings. That also ensures continuous monitoring and accountability, also not only internal but also from the side of the National Treasury and from the AG, because they all have access to the portal. Secondly, I've referred to the monthly MCAM meetings. And then there's also the executive audit tracking meetings where I report to the executive mayor, myself and my team, and there's a focused review of the audit findings and the level to which we would have resolved the matters. The audit executive tracking meetings also take place on a monthly basis. There's also the involvement of the internal audit. They validate all of the action plans and they then confirm the adequacy and the effectiveness of the corrective measures. There's also the COCTA oversight, the provincial COCTA. They review the interim annual financial statements, and they also provide technical guidance and support. And then there's the tracking and monitoring tools with the portal. As you would know, it's a centralized system for tracking the audit findings, and it enhances real-time monitoring. Then, Chairperson, the committee has also requested relevant any matters that refer to the law enforcement agencies, and we have given all of the information also in the annexures. There are cases that have been reported to the Hawks, and we just give some detail there. There's a total, Chairperson, of 78 referrals to date that were made to law enforcement agencies for criminal investigations. 65 of them were made in the last financial year, and then 5 in Q1, 5 in Q2, and 3 in Q3. There's also the SIU investigation into Rooiwal that is still ongoing. They plan to complete it by the 30th of June, and there has been quite a number of referrals, although there's only one criminal referral up to date, but quite a number of disciplinary referrals that were made to the municipality in order to deal with the consequences flowing from the Rooiwal investigation. Then there's also a detailed report outlining the targets that were achieved in terms of our performance. I'll just go through the highlights, so to speak. Currently, there's an assessment of performance based on 71 performance indicators. Then of that 71, there's a total of 40 targets were achieved, translating, as matters stand now, to just over 56% of target achievement. There were non-achievement of 43%. So although the performance on some of the targets did not reach the level expected, we do expect a performance level at the end of the financial year in the region of 80%. Yes, just a statistical summary of the performance per cluster, and we can take some questions on that later on. There are some root causes for non-achieved targets, and I think what we're saying there is there for noting, but there's also, in terms of our supply chain and the inherent weaknesses, Chairperson, in our supply chain, which we are addressing. So it's a supply chain system that more often than not, especially when it comes to capital expenditure projects, give us service providers that cannot perform. And we are taking active steps in order to look at the personnel in the committees, both at specification level and at evaluation level, in order for better decisions there to be made, because we have identified that as a particular weakness in the system. And that have all kinds of consequences also including the delays in the supply chain management processes. Then, Chairperson, we have also requested a breakdown of the regular expenditure, amounts involved, etc., steps being taken to regularize it, and there is a section documentation that has also been submitted. All of these that you have seen, to the value of about 3.2 million, they have been referred to the group audit and risk for investigation. There can be further questions around that, and then breakdown of the deviations and variations. So yes, quite a lot, and we can. I will just refer to them here as they are, and not deal with each of them. But where there are deviations, because deviations are by their nature irregular, they do get investigated. Then, Chairperson, there's also an annexure. There's the list of UIFW cases under investigation. It's quite a long list, Chairperson. I will certainly not go through all of those, but they are there, and please, I would assume that there would be questions coming in that regard. As far as consequence management is concerned, we are. This presentation is looking at all of the current forensic cases, and the information is for the past financial year as well as for the current one. So there are quite a number of them, Chairperson, and I think if I can just. So you can see that there are disciplinary cases that are taking place. There were findings made, but there are also cases where the charges are still being prepared against the employees, where we have not. What we are doing in this regard is that, especially for the bigger cases, We outsource that to legal firms. Those legal firms then appoint a chairperson as well as a prosecutor, and it is then that prosecutor that must then go through all of the facts and then develop a charge sheet, and then we take it from their chairperson, and I think it's self-explanatory, and I think the last chairperson, there are also annexes dealing then with the UIFW recoveries, as well as recoveries from group legal, where we have suffered losses as a result of irregular expenditure, and we set out there in those spreadsheets where the status are with the recovery processes. Chairperson, with that, I can hand back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues from Tshwane. I just want to be sure you can hear me, because you couldn't when I wanted to tell you that you've got an extension of time. Can you hear me?
Excuse me, Chairperson. No, not quite.
Okay. No. Just wanted to be sure that you can hear me, because when I was trying to talk earlier, you couldn't hear me at all.
Okay.
You can hear me now?
Yes, Chairperson, I can hear you now.
Okay. No, that's fine. No, thank you very much. I just wanted to ask if the Executive Mayor doesn't have any final comments, because we can go to questions now for the next hour.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just wanted to make a point around the issue of the FDB. You would appreciate, Chair, that is supposed to be one of the committees that assist us, especially when it comes to financial misconduct. The FDB has been there, but it has not been effective to an extent where it helps us with financial misconduct. We had a chairperson last year who was getting somewhere in terms of cleaning up the case register and, trying to get to the recommendations that we can take to council. Unfortunately, we lost that chairperson towards the end of the year due to ill health. Now, as you would have seen on the presentation, we took a report to re-establish FDB in the city, and a new chairperson will be appointed. But I wanted to flag it, Chair, that with all the hopes that you can pin on an FDB to do their work, they haven't been able to assist us to an extent where we take reports and recommendations to council, and it's one of the weaknesses that we are aware of, but the re-establishment of the FDB is going to assist us. That's the only point I thought let me emphasize on, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Executive Mayor. So can I ask that you stop sharing? Because we want to be able. There's also a beeping sound. I don't know if you guys are able to deal with it. Maybe when the members are talking and if muted, it's fine. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so honorable members, since we are continuing later on, so we're going to work on 15 minutes per member today. I see Honorable Atkinson's hand. So since I want us to take a break at 11:30, a body break, especially for the Tshwane team, we will take 3 hands, because there's usually answers in between, 2 to 3 hands. So Honorable Atkinson, the time is 10:29. You can have an exchange with the Tshwane team until 10:45. Can I just say the 15 minutes is for questions and answers, and let's try and be disciplined with this, colleagues. So at 10 minutes, I will indicate on the group, on our group as the committee, that you've got 5 more minutes left. So if we can please assist one another in that way. to the Tshwane team, when you answer, you don't need to come back to me. So it's a direct exchange between yourselves and the members. They ask a question and then you answer. Things run smoother that way. After Honorable Atkinson, it will then be Honorable Neil May. So Honorable Atkinson, over to you.
Thanks very much, Chair. And thank you very much to the team from Tshwane for their presentation. So there were just a couple of things that came out of your presentation that I'd just like to get some clarity on. There were a number of items that were listed as the reasons why City of Tshwane experienced problems with various contracts or issues of unauthorized expenditure, et cetera, And I just want to ask questions about two specific ones. One was, you mentioned about people that have been contracted to do business for you actually not doing the business in the way that they should, or not obviously executing the contracts as the way that they should. Is a register being kept of people that have failed the city, of contractors? Do you have your own blacklist basically of people? Because what we do see happen quite often in municipalities across the country is that businesses get contracts from the city, quite often fail in it, and then get them again. So I'd like to know, does the City of Tshwane have a means whereby if you've been let down by a particular contractor, there's something in place to ensure that you don't use them again? And the second thing is that you mentioned the fact that there's been an underinvestment obviously in capital expenditure and repairs and maintenance. So what I'd like to ask you is, what is the level of your percentage level of your repairs and maintenance at the moment, and how does that compare to, say, the last 3 years? So maybe if you'd like to give us an indication of what the percentages have been over the last 3 years, I'd be interested to know that. And then the other thing I'd be quite keen to know about is your level of water losses in the city. What percentage of all the water that flows through your pipes is lost? Or is effectively not able to be billed as revenue? So I'll just start with those three. I might have one or two after this. Thank you very much.
The team can answer Honorable Atkinson without me intervening. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Our water losses currently are at about 41%. Can I just check? Yeah, 41%. Is that 41%? And we are in that respect, we are working with Rand Water to enable us to make more effective and efficient use of our own water resources at Rietvlei and the Rooderplaat. On the one hand, and on the other hand, we are also installing pressure reducing valves so as to decrease the rate at which we may lose water over a period. So that's on water losses. Then on the underinvestment, I think Chairperson, the percentage of R&M, currently we are at 3. We are currently at 3.5%, Chairperson. It used to be for the previous financial year at 2.7%. So that is way under the standard of 8% of our budget that we are doing. We are as far as our capex is concerned for the financial year that we are going towards, the 26-27. There we have increased. We have made a deliberate decision to increase our own contribution to capex, and that's in the region of around 600 million. We come from a past where all of our capital expenditure was grant funded. I think in the previous financial year it was about 150 million that we have set aside for Rooiwal, a total of 450 over the MTREF, but 150 per year. So we went up from 150 million now to just over 600 million for the coming financial year. And then the reasons for our yes, we do keep a record for contractors that do not perform. If I can just get the numbers, Abel, do you have that? Yeah. Can you just speak up, please? I've just asked the acting CFO to just assist in this regard. Just loudly, please.
Chair, we don't have the actual numbers, but what we do is that in terms of performance contract with the service providers, we do have SLAs with the service providers. They sign the contract, and included in the contract are penalties. So in an event that contractors are not performing, we do charge them the penalty. And in case where we've afforded them an opportunity to perform and they still persist with non-performance, then those contracts then gets terminated. Thank you.
Chairperson, there is one, if I can, sorry, there's one more contribution from the CAE, this Mr. Koza. Mr. Koza, if you could just speak up, please.
Thanks, SM. So over and above what the CFO has responded on, we, from the investigative point of view, when we do find out that service providers will not have met the requirements in line with the investigative outcome, we then refer them to a standing committee that we have. We call it the Supplier Review Committee. The Supplier Review Committee at the moment is dealing with plus or minus 10 cases of different suppliers. And subsequent to that, we then submit the outcome to the National Treasury for the assessment and the outcome in terms of whether should we blacklist the service provider or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Back to you. I think we have dealt with those three questions that were put. Oh, the executive mayor is just going to close this one, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just wanted to make a reflection, Chair, that insofar as what the colleagues are presenting, especially the work of the Supplier Review Committee, in the past year, we've had 8 companies that we've identified for restrictions. And the restrictions came, you would know the case of the Edwin Sodi company, for instance, the JV. And we've wanted to blacklist this company and restrict that they don't appear in our supplier database again. The administrative process, Chair, I must say it upfront, it's been a process of learning from our side because we did not only make submission once. With the recent one that we made, the National Treasury further guided, and we then listed these companies that the colleagues are working with at the Supplier Review Committee, so that we can get the administrative process right. It's not where we would want it to be because we saw the restriction of companies, especially on the projects that you'll see on our UIFWs, that they don't do business with the city again, those together with their directors. So when the Minister of Infrastructure talks about the number of companies they are restricting or blacklisting, it's something that we want to learn via National Treasury, how effective we can do that. But there are 8 that that are being reported to the MACO in terms of the admin process leading to the restriction process. The second one, Chair, I think in terms of the of the water losses and dealing with the ailing infrastructure repairs and maintenance. We believe, Chair, that the trading reforms are going to help us a great deal, and they've already started helping us a great deal in how we focus our resources, especially in the water and energy space. And the work that the city manager was talking about, they're working with the rainwater, but the next step is for us to start ring fencing, the monies from these trading services so that we can invest sufficiently back to the infrastructure, the repairs and maintenance, but also on the capital investment. So for us, there's a great deal of work that we are doing through the trading reforms. You would see that when we're presenting the slide on the capital expenditure, we started the financial year with 2.3 billion. It ended up around 2.7 billion. That was as a result of the performance on our capital expenditure at the end of the quarter two or by mid-year. And the majority of that money we received based on the performance, and 60% went to water infrastructure and 40% to energy infrastructure. So there are projects currently being implemented in the space of pipe replacement. There's work that is being done in terms of illegal connections. Our biggest pressure points is Region 1 and Region 6. Region 1 being the Soshanguve, Mawika areas, and Region 6 being the Mamelodi areas. And those are areas, coincidentally, that have the old asbestos pipe and ailing infrastructure. So in terms of, not only dealing with the losses, but going to the root cause, which is the ailing infrastructure, there is finances that have been invested in that space. Even in the next financial year, there's a lot of money that is being invested in the water and electricity infrastructure. Just wanted to make those points, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for those answers. Just focusing in just a little bit on that.
Back to you.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Honorable Atkinson.
Yeah, no. I was just saying.
Your last round.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
Go ahead. Your last round.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah. All right. So I just want to say thank you very much for your answers. I just want to focus a little bit on that, on the water losses. Obviously, in the presentation, you mentioned the fact that you have had an issue with revenue collection, and certainly if 41% of your water is unbillable, that would be probably one of the significant reasons why you might be a little bit short of money. So I'm glad to hear that you do have projects in place to try and address that. And you mentioned that 60%, I think, of your capital expenditure going forward would be on the water infrastructure to try and repair that issue. Just as a matter of interest, would you be able to put some numbers to that as to what has been spent on the water, on capital on the water, say over the last year or two, and what your plan is over the next 12 months? The actual amounts to be spent on the water infrastructure. And then just a final question was just the extent of your unauthorized expenditure. The numbers were quite large when I looked at them, and I was just wondering what was the main cause for the amount of unauthorized expenditure over the last 3 years, because the numbers were quite significant. So there was obviously something at play. I don't know whether it had to do with your with a SODI contract or whatever, but maybe you could just enlighten us a little bit there as well. Thank you.
Honorable Atkinson, just to clarify, the 60%, it was based on additional grants that we received during the adjustment budget. So the amount that we received, 60% went to water and 40% went to electricity. It was in the total of our capital expenditure, but the acting CFO will take you through the numbers.
Thank you.
Thank you. So in terms of the current allocation for water, we have increased it from the previous, where we used to spend just over 500 million for water and just over 600 million for electricity. And in the 26-27 budget that was tabled for the draft budget, water and sanitation's allocation is around 720 million. And then in the next financial year, in the outer year, which is 27-28, it moves to about 1 billion. And in 2029, it moves to about 1.3 billion. That is meant to ensure that it addresses also issues of water losses. And then with regard to the electricity, the split on electricity, we're spending close to 600 million for 26-27 budget. And then in 27-28, we're spending about 836 million on electricity. And then in the outer year, we're spending about 748 million in the outer year. Obviously, this does not take into account the fact that the city also is liaising with different institutions in terms of looking into long-term borrowings. So when that also comes, we will see an increase, a substantial increase in investment in water as well as electricity. Thank you.
Thank you. And then there was a question just around the size of the UIFW or the unauthorized expenditure and what's driving that. I've got Mr. Akoza here, our Chief Audit Executive.
Thanks, CM. So the UIFW balance, yes, indeed, has increased up to the last audited financial statement to about 23 billion rands in total, including the various components of UIFW. And there are various reasons to that. Amongst others, the annual increase of about 3 billion rands of the various components, but also that the investigations for quite some time will not have yielded a reduction to the increasing balances. However, in the past 2-3 years, the city has put systems in place to ensure that investigations are yielding into the reduction on the balances. So in the 23-24 financial year, a reduction of 1.2 billion rands was effected. In the 23-24 or subsequent year, about 3 or 4 billion rands was realized. And currently, the investigations as per the executive mayor's presentation, as well as the city manager's presentation, indicates that they are about investigations worth 12 billion rands, which have been finalized and are being processed through MPEC as well as to the council. I must indicate, city manager, that at the moment in the last week's council meeting, the council meeting has approved UIFW investigations to the tune of about in total about 6 billion rand. So we will be in the process of updating the books. But I must indicate that in the end, by 30th of June, we are estimating that about 18 billion rand in total, including all the various components of UFW, will have been reduced. And the city will, at that point in time, will remain with about 3.5 billion rands that still have to be investigated. And I must qualify why those will remain. It is mainly because of the identified UIFW by AG, which the outcome of audit came at the end of November. And as a result, those will be investigated with a new financial year starting from the 1st of July 2026, which is in 2 months' time. And from that, we will be able to report in terms of the reduction of that 3.5 billion. But also, when I'm on the platform, I must indicate that the city is doing quite work in terms of not just reducing the already identified UFW balances or expenditure balances, but also to put preventative measures in place that ensures that the UIFW balances are avoided in total or at all. And amongst others, there is quite work that is happening between the various departments in the city, including the policies which are approved by council to ensure that the UIFW balances or UIFW expenditures are identified and are prevented as soon as such occurrence takes place. CM, I think let me leave it here to allow the proceedings to take place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honourable Atkinson, back to you.
I think I've reached the end of my time, but so thank you for your responses. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Atkinson, and to the team from Tshwane. Can I ask that, so what helps us get through as many questions as possible is if the team that is presenting knows who is going to answer which question, because when everyone weighs in on the same question, it takes long, and we can end up finishing very late into the evening. So if you can decide who is going to answer each specific question, then that's going to help us. If the member has a follow-on question, then you can deal with it on that basis. But let's try and keep the answers concise. Honorable Neil May, your time starts now.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Good morning to yourself, my colleagues, and our team from your team from Tshwane. I'm going to put my video off if you don't mind. We have a storm here. It's raining and the bandwidth is not good. Okay, Chair, the areas that I'm going to look at are two. One is on sanitation. In the AG's report, despite a planned target of 950 new sewer connections meeting minimal standards, the city reported 0 actual connections for the year. This is extremely worrisome. Looking at your sanitation challenges that you have, you're looking at 15 out of 16 plants that are in critical condition. You're looking at 6 plants scored below 30%. Some plants are operating beyond capacity. And at the same time, your microbiological compliance is as low as 4%, meaning untreated sewage is being it's being poorly treated. Pollution of rivers like Henops River have been reported, and so my question would be: is what is the cause that you are not able to connect sewer connections? Is it because of the condition of the plants? And has the sewage pollution affecting rivers, groundwater, and communities such as Hammanskraal? In your priority number 7, so I'm doing this section on wastewater because I have another question on security. There is a consultant that during the design review and conditional assessment for Zithabeni, it was discovered that there were illegal sewer connections, and that these sewer connections in the network had to be disconnected and properly connected, and that obviously caused delays. So what was found is that one had to look at your unblocking of your sewer pipelines, cleansing of manholes, which had increased due to illegal connections. Can you tell me then what is your root cause for complete failure, and what urgent interventions are being implemented to ensure that communities without basic sanitation are not left behind for another year? Thank you.
Please go ahead, colleagues. You don't need to wait for me when a member asks a question. You can go ahead and answer. Can you hear could you hear the question, colleagues?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I think maybe let me start with the issue that's relates to the wastewater treatment plant. I think over a period of time, there has been an underinvestment, especially from the capital perspective, that has actually led to the situation where we find ourselves, our waste treatment plant are producing less than what is expected in terms of the acceptable standard, more especially around the microbiological percentage of the outflow into the nearest river. But I think on this, there's a significant demonstration of investment, which started in the last year, and also in terms of the progress towards the next financial years, which actually demonstrated that that amount in terms of the capital expenditure or capital allocation, which is illustrated by the CFO, will actually look at those issues in addressing our wastewater treatment plant. But however, that does not preclude what we call the wastewater pump station, which actually is a challenge within our space. And obviously, if you also look at that, the percentage increase from 2.7% in terms of infrastructure maintenance to 3.5%, some of that expenditure actually look in attending those infrastructure deficit, especially around the wastewater pump station. Yes, the impact of it, yes, it might lead to the issue of pollution into the rivers, of which is a challenge. And obviously, over a period of time, while working with other stakeholders like rainwater and other water bodies, we actually looking at how then can we assist each other in addressing those elements. I think there was an issue in relation to the connection, illegal connection on our water network. Obviously, that is one of the elements that relates to the issue of illegality in connecting to our network. However, over a period of time, we are looking at the process and engagement around the issue of disconnecting those that have connected illegally based on our assessment that we are continuously doing on a daily basis through our teams that are on the ground, and actually having a process of connecting them properly towards the network, which therefore has a technical assessment that actually demonstrates that these are connected properly. So the outfall of it in terms of this illegality, actually it leads to our network pipes being blocked. And in addition to that, we have to also invest again in terms of unblocking and actually pushing out the blockages within our network. I think I have covered some of this question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. No, thank you very much. My next question would be the media reports which highlighted several corruption, fraud, and irregular expenditure allegations involving the city of Tshwane's protection, well, should I say, your public safety. There are three aspects here that I want you to comment on. The first aspect is, has your Metro Police Commissioner, Yolanda Farah, had her security clearance? Has that been done? That is the one question. And are there any links that she has to other family aspects in the Western Cape that have notorious issues in the crime family? The next thing is Triotic Protection Services that hold a multi-million rand contract, reportedly linked to Tshwane's deputy mayor. Can you tell us exactly what this contract was and how was the deputy mayor connected to this? Was there a due diligence? Did he declare the interest? The second thing in the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, that implicated the city's chief financial officer and senior TMPD officials in alleged large-scale tender manipulation involving security contracts. Allegations indicated that more than 2.9 billion may have been irregularly spent through outsourced security contracts. The last one is that the municipality allegedly awarded a contract valued at more than 2 million to Ngafesheya. I'm not sure if I pronounced it wrong, so my apologies, which is a construction and projects company linked to Sergeant of the Gauteng Organized Crime Unit, despite the bidder reportedly being non-compliant with tender requirements and having submitted documentation after the prescribed closing deadlines. So, at the testimony at Madlanga Commission, and obviously it is there for public scrutiny, on security firm Gibbs 85 Solutions allegedly received more than 59 million for services deemed unlawful. Hence, my question was, can you speak to each of these? The other thing is your security clearance of your officials in your Metro Police, specifically your commissioner. Thank you.
Sorry, before you answer, Honorable Neil May, this would be your last round of questions, likely. Is there any other question you want to ask?
If I can...
Sorry, Dr. Metler, just wait, hang on a bit. Honorable Neil May.
No, Chair, I'm finished with that.
Are you finished? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, over to the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson and Honorable May. The Commissioner of Police, Yolanda Faro, has security, top secret security clearance. She got it quite recently for the second time, whilst at the city of Tshwane. In other words, when she was recruited, she also was already in possession of top secret security clearance, and this has then been renewed, and she went through the entire process, and she was then issued with that top level security clearance. As I've indicated, it's a top secret security clearance. I'm not aware of any links, Honourable May, that you have indicated in the Western Cape of a criminal nature. So I cannot comment on that. But she has the security clearance. Then, as far as triotic security is concerned, there was a forensic investigation that was authorized by the Speaker in this regard. And the upshot of that forensic investigation was that there was a finding that the deputy mayor was receiving an indirect benefit from this company, in that the company was renting property of which he was the owner, and that was not declared. So, so at some stage prior to him being a councillor, the finding was that he was in fact a director, but during the course of him being a councillor, he was not a director in terms of the public records dealing with company registration. To the best of my knowledge, there was a sanction meted out to the deputy executive mayor by the council, and to the best of my knowledge, it was a 2 month a 2 month fine, salary fine that he was given. Then, with regard to the Madlanga Commission, our CFO was implicated therein. We have, now I must state up front that the Madlanga Commission is still busy. So the findings of the Madlanga Commission has not formally been made available. We have looked at not only at what happened at that commission, but also what happened in our own supply chain management system. We have identified certain instances of what we consider to be serious non-compliance, and we have then, or the council has then acted in terms of the disciplinary regulations against the CFO, and he is currently on precautionary suspension, and he has to be charged within 90 days of that date. So in another 2 months or so, the CFO must then be charged with charges that must still be determined, or rather finalized, I should say. Then, with regard to the Ngabashare question, that contract, we are still busy with an investigation in that regard. So we have to do our own investigation, because the evidence that was led at the commission, that evidence belongs to the commission. We have to make out our own case. So that is then still being investigated on our side. Honorable May, back to you.
No, thank you, Chair. I think one of the things that is very important is that one shouldn't be waiting for commissions of inquiry. One should be making sure that there's oversight. And it's sad that the chairperson of MPAC is not with us, because, you know, sometimes, as you know, there are red flags that come through. One can actually, you know, check when things like this comes about. But thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Delmay, and thank you very much to the team from Tshwane. Can I ask Honorable Nondenja for another 15 minutes?
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to everyone. Chairperson, I would like to check, when one of the presenters presented, they said something about the absence of the disciplinary board and the impact thereon. Looking at the list of the investigations on UIFWs that is outstanding there, I would like to know whether those have anything to do, are they all supposed to go through the disciplinary board, or some of them are not? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Khoza, our CA, Mr. Khoza, our CAE is going to respond, please.
Thanks, CM. So the cases which are in the case register, not all of them are subject to the Financial Disciplinary Board. So those that are subject to Financial Disciplinary Board must be identified in line with Section 171 of MFMA. And to that extent, what we do is that in assessing that requirement, we then subject the UIFW matters to Financial Disciplinary Board, which amounts to between 20 or 30 of them. But the rest of the cases would be dealt with the internal disciplinary processes, not necessarily the FDP. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Notenja. Back to you.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to check when it says they are waiting for the tender number from supply chain management. What does that mean if you can unpack it? How can we have so many cases that are waiting for tender numbers while the supply chain is part and parcel of a Tshwane Metro? Why do we have so many that are waiting for those numbers? What's the situation there? Thank you.
Thanks. So that it's an internal process which we use to track the cases in terms of where is the case. So you'll see, Member Notenja, that those or that applies to the 2024-25 UIFW cases as identified by the Auditor General. So those in terms of the 24-25 may not be allocated for investigation at the moment, mainly because of, as I indicated earlier on, the city has received these findings in November 2025, and such cases majority of them will be investigated effective from 1st of July 2026, mainly because of the budget cycle starting on the 1st of July. So we've got from July to November to investigate those cases. And we need to then report to AG in around August when AG comes. So at that point in time, we will have advanced in terms of investigation. So you see, as I'm saying, that majority of those cases will not have started in terms of investigation. However, the ones which we are fully investigating at the moment are those that AG will have identified and reported to the city in the 23-24 audit outcome. Those, all of them are investigated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Notenja. Back to you.
Chair, I don't think the response was really talking to what I asked, because now the gentleman is referring to the ones that are waiting funding, but my concern is on the ones that are delayed because of the supply chain management issues. Chair, I would like to check the performance of their MPEC. How many cases are investigated by MPEC? Because UIFWs usually go to MPEC. And how many recoveries have been made on those investigated? Are we recovering or are we writing off? I heard them saying something about writing off. But my understanding is that they have to investigate and recover where possible, especially on wasteful expenditure. I would like to check how many were recovered. Are there any recoveries, or do they apply that?
Thanks, member. So there are various cases which will have served and processed by MPEG. And I just want to open the record so that I speak to the record. Just if you may allow me a moment. So by end of Q3, which was in March 2026, for this current financial year, the amount which MPEC has recommended for recovery is 528 million rands. And the amount which will have been recommended by MPEC for write-off is just a second. It's about 3.5 billion rands, which was recommended by MPEC for write-off. And over and above that, MPEC will make recommendations of criminal charges being laid to the officials. And as the executive mayor explained earlier on, about 70 cases of criminal charges have been referred by MPEC for the city to lay criminal or to open criminal cases. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nontenja.
Chairperson, it's still not clear whether the over 500 million that was recommended by MPEC, was it recovered or it ended being recommended to council and nothing happened after that? How much of that has been recovered already? And I don't hear anything about the consequence management on this whole thing. I hear that MPEC recommended this and that, but it's not clear whether that 500 million was recovered or not, or how much of it was recovered.
Sorry, can I make sure that we all on the same page? Was the amount 500 million or 50 million? I can't recall the presentation now, and I've been trying to find it. There was on a slide, and I'm hoping, Honorable Nontenja, I've stopped your clock. I'm hoping that we're referring to the same thing. There was an amount that was said to have been in the process of recovery. It had a 5 and a 0 in it. I just thought it's 50 million. Can the team from Tshwane recall that slide? I suspect we may be talking about the same thing.
Thanks, Chair. So the amount which the city manager spoke about in terms of his presentation was referring to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. However, the 528 million rands that I'm responding to is the total amount of UIFW investigations which the MPEC has recommended to council for recovery.
Right. Okay. So can you then deal with Honorable Nontenja's question then from that perspective? I was just making sure that we're on the same page.
Thanks, Chair. So by 31st of March of 2026, the investigations which MPEC has discussed, made recommendations of disciplinary in terms of consequence management to about 48 officials. And this is, Chair, the cases which served between July and March 2026, which is the current financial year. It is not the total of the disciplinary cases. So I'm responding to Member Non-Changers in terms of the processes or the progress that MPEC is making. Over and above that, we have put a slide that shows the progress in as far as disciplinary matters is concerned. In that slide, we'll be indicating the names of alleged officials, the progress and the process in terms of how far the disciplinary is. I think it's slide number 45. So that summarizes the disciplinary process in ensuring that the city takes consequence management work seriously.
Thank you, Honorable
Chairperson,
Notenja.
could the doctor assist me with my question where I'm saying out of the 528 million of the whole thing that was recommended by MPEC, how much of that has been recovered so far?
Honorable Notenja, these matters are civil matters. So they go through a civil process in the High Court. So these cases have been authorized now for us to institute civil proceedings. And it's unfortunate that civil proceedings, Honorable Member, does take a very long time. So in respect of this money, in respect of these claims, we have not recovered anything yet. If there is an amount that I can give you that has been recovered, it would relate to a few financial years ago. And I'm just looking at our CAE, whether he can give us that number, but while he's looking for it, we can continue. But as far as this 500 odd million is concerned, we have not recovered a single cent yet.
Thank you, Chairperson. That would have been simple to say you haven't recovered anything. And not saying these are civil matters and how long they take, but I'm talking about. I'm following up on what you have reported to me when I asked if there are any recoveries. That's where I was looking. Chairperson, I think I am going to pause here, but before I pause, I would love to know why, while the UIFW seems to be escalating, the Tshwane team seems to be focusing on 1 year. Is that how they work, or are we supposed to focus on the last financial year and forget about the previous ones? I'll pause the.
Thanks, Chair. So the reason I focused on the most recent year of 24-25 is because the previous years UIFW balances have been fully investigated. So So beyond 2023-24, all the cases of UIFW expenditure have been fully investigated. Now, what we are finalizing at the moment is the cases which will have been reported in the year of 23-24 audit cycle. And as I indicated, later on will be subsequent, or maybe after July 2026, we'll be starting with the 24-25 cases of UFW. So, Chair, we don't have, in terms of investigations, we do not have more than 2 years backlog of outstanding investigations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Can I just ask for, just note this, so of the recoveries, you said that you're doing this through civil action. So can you, in writing, during the course of the week, just send to us a breakdown of how many and how much by way of total amounts of the volume and the value are awaiting judgment, how many are awaiting a trial date, if any are in settlement discussions and so on. So if you can just give us an idea of where the matters are. So if you can give us that list, that would be useful. And
Yes,
also,
Chairperson. Thank you very much. We will do so.
Give us the top 10 biggest transactions there, and if it's that number, but just give us a sense of the quantum of the transactions. In case 480 is one transaction and the rest are 1,000 rand. Thanks very much. Can I propose that we take a because I recognize that the Tshwane team has been on the stand since we began about 2 hours ago. Can we take a 15-minute break and come back at 22:12? We will then go to Honorable Beasley and then Honorable Mende when we come back. Thanks, colleagues. We'll reconvene at 22. Beasley, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to you, Chair. Greeting to my fellow members and to Dr. Moya and his team from Tshwane. I was just saying to Chair, greetings from a very cold and miserable Cape Town. I hope the weather's better in Tshwane. As a Durban resident, I'm not used to this cold, and I think I'm about to go into a hypothermia. But greetings to everybody and welcome. So I think my first question is going to be directed to the Executive Mayor, Dr. Moya. And my understanding, you were appointed during the financial year that we're actually looking at. And the question is how difficult is it to influence the audit outcomes in a year that one is appointed, and particularly when they've been so bad? And then secondly, you've obviously inherited or taken over a sinking ship. And Chair, if I may use the liberty to say, it was a DA mayor in charge at the time, and the numbers certainly were horrific. An unfunded budget, audit qualifications, and such little spent on capex and repairs and maintenance. What has been the greatest challenge that Dr. Moya has faced, and what are some of those challenges that still remaining? And the reason why I ask it, my concern with local municipality is just so difficult to turn around a sinking ship, and we've got so many sinking ships. So, if the Executive Mayor can just share some of her lessons that she's learned and the challenges that she's faced and still facing going forward in getting the sinking ship floating and moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Beasley. I think where do I start? I think the fortunate part, which is not that fortunate, but it was that we came into office in October 2024, and we then received the 2023-2024 financial audit outcomes. So within a space of 2 months, we can then start with the implementation of those. May we have a mayor on video? Let me try. Yes, I don't know to what extent this is going to help. But as I was saying, Honorable Beasley, so we came into office October 2024. A month and a half later, the AG then briefed us on the outcomes of those of the financial year. And one of the things that the AG did not mince their words on was the nature of the culture of the organization. So when they said to us, the culture of the organization doesn't enable performance management, it does not enable accountability, holding people accountable, and definitely not enabling consequence management. It then became part of the priorities going forward, including the 6 priorities that we've identified for ourselves and how we're going to respond to the issue of financial stability, as I was outlining when I started. I think the greatest lesson that we have learned is firstly appreciate that this is not an easy job, in a sense that you can't turn around a city as big as ours in a short space of time, that you must learn to prioritize where do you start. And where we started was to lead the cultural change from this, from our side as the MECO and the side of EXCO, whether in the setting up of the governance structures where we are saying we have an interest in consequence management. What were the offenses committed by officials? What did we do about it? But also it enabled us to start making policy decisions as well, that when we are involved. But also we started saying, Honorable Beasley, any official that is bringing us a deviation must also bring a resignation letter. And to be tough to our colleagues, that we needed to exploit the capacity we know that is in the team, that maybe just needs the cushioning by the leadership of the city, so you can do the right thing and not be punished for it. But the lessons in the main was to go back to basics. There was nothing that was extraordinary that we decided to do, other than saying to the city manager, please do what you need to do. You've got the backing of the leadership leadership, as long as it's the right thing to do, and you can, we can serve the people of Tshwane with diligence. And so whether that is the work on the decisions that we've made on infrastructure investment, because I can assure you the increase in capital investment has been as a result of us pushing back as the political leadership and say, do less on the repairs and maintenance, on operational cost, especially where you know that you keep going back to repair and fix the same thing. But instead deviate that money and redirect it to capital investment. So it was not a linear, smooth process. It was us just saying, can we just prioritize, where do we start? We said we'll start with financial stability, that will start with infrastructure investment, while we make decisions like building internal capacity, so that while we're fixing the boardroom issues, the people in communities do not suffer. But we took the colleagues along. We did not leave the colleagues along, whether through the management or through the labor unions, just building that relationship with them. So basically, I think it was just a lot of actions that culminated to, to one shared vision among ourselves, and how we then improve in delivering on our mandate. Thank you.
You might want to unmute yourself, Honorable Beasley.
Thank you. It's hypothermia, Chair. So thank you, Dr. Moya. There's two, in the latest audit report, there's two matters remaining, items of qualification: contingent liabilities and property, plant and equipment. And the city manager did speak to them. How confident is the team that those two are going to be taken off the list for this year's audit? And are you aware of any other potential qualifications that might actually be around? Because you did mention that you did have an internal audit. Are there any other potential concerns arising from the interim audit, sorry?
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So from the internal audit point of view, Member Beasley, we take every process and every component of financial statements as an area of concern which can be qualified. So what we then do is that we, in our annual internal audit plan, we then allocate and prioritize internal audits so as to evaluate the internal controls that management has or would have implemented. So yes, the two qualifications of PPE and contingent liabilities, management is implementing the action plans. We are monitoring that through the Circular 113, as the city manager has explained earlier on. But also we've scheduled, in fact, we're conducting internal audits in those two areas to determine that what management has implemented indeed is adequate and effective to respond to the AG's recommendations. So in short, all components of annual financial statements are qualifiable, and we are auditing those. From time to time, we are responding to management through internal audit reports in terms of the weaknesses that we'll have identified. Thank you.
Okay. So from the audit committee perspective, the Auditor General has warned us that there are a number of areas where we still potentially could receive qualifications. The city's control systems are weak, need further development, and the city needs to be aware that there are other areas. We've previously been qualified on the completeness of creditors. Those systems seem to be robust, but we got requalified in the recent past. Our completeness of revenue remains an issue that we do, and the estimations, our valuation of debtors and recovery of debtors, and then just the overall procurement processes are, as we heard in the Madlanga Commission, quite vulnerable. And the large amount of UIFW could potentially result in a qualification as well. So there's still a lot of challenges from a control perspective that need to be focused on to keep the city clean.
Thank you. And yeah, and then I know there's a lot of consequence management cases going on at the moment. And I think one of the big weaknesses within municipality and the public sector is there's just a lack of accountability. But in the consequence management, I did see some cases going back some time back to 2013, 17. I mean, that's nearly 8-9 years ago. I mean, that's not really consequence management. That is just a process that's totally been delayed. And what would be the reasons for cases going back so far as that?
Who's going to answer that question?
Colleagues, can we please deal with the echo?
Our apologies. We had more than one computer on. The issue around consequence management is also a matter that's very closely linked to the culture of the organization, and I really want to just start there. A while ago, when I started, there was, and that was in mid 2022, there was no culture of consequence management, whether it is the big cases, that is now the cases that would go through council or through impact, or it would be the less serious cases that should be dealt with within the departments. Nobody was holding anybody to account, or certainly there were very few instances of that. So part of the turnaround of the municipality is dealing with that culture, but also being very clear and definitive as to what is required when we talk about consequence management. So the responsibility obviously starts at the top. So as an accounting officer, I made it my business to go back to cases that have not that have not moved, and I can recall, and quite correct, honourable member, that there were cases in 2013, 14, and 15 which have not moved, and that was part of a significant backlog of disciplinary cases that we had to take on. So many of those cases then went through the formal system, through the internal audit, and just because of the efflux of time, many of those cases just had to be dealt with and jettisoned on the basis either that the person can no longer be disciplined, or that there is no evidence that is available, because that is what happens when you don't pursue a consequence management immediately, or that the person is no longer employed at the municipality. So there would often be a combination of those factors. So what we have done is we have made sure that the cases that we are dealing with and that we had to get into the system firstly are those cases where you can actually do something. So as far as the more current backlog is concerned, the more current backlog is as the CAE, as indicated, is only dealing with now consists of matters that originated in 24 to 25 and in the current financial year. We have to a large extent dealt with the older cases, and they've gone through the system, and if need be, we can give you a written feedback on all of those cases, and the manner that we have dealt with them. But most certainly, Honourable Member Beasley, it is a matter of culture and the senior managers taking themselves seriously. Thank you very much.
Okay, have I got time for one more?
Yeah,
Two
ask
more.
one more and then we close it.
Okay. Yeah, so I had two questions, but I'll just go to the last one. The latest unemployment numbers have just been released for our country, and they're horrific. 345,000 people lost their jobs. It's over 30,000 people losing their jobs a week, over 6,000 a day. I mean, it's a bloodbath, and behind those numbers are individuals of people whose lives have just been shattered. And I'm just wondering to ask Dr. Moyo and maybe the team there, the city manager, how are you finding the investment and the economy within Tshwane itself, and is it something that a city can take control of, or is it more reliant and dependent on national forces? So maybe you can just talk to the economy within Tshwane, and how do you see it, and is it something that's growing? Is it stable? Are you finding investment? I mean, what can Tshwane do to turn this horrific numbers around that we're actually seeing in front of us? Thank you, Chair, and once again, thank you to the team.
Thank you so much, Honorable Beasley. I think when I was mentioning the 6 priorities that we have as the administration, one of them is the economic revitalization in the city of Tshwane. Obviously, from a more self-centered point of view, when we're looking at our debtors book, we then, as I was saying earlier, we realized the expanding indigent basket in the city, in a basket in terms of the number of households that have gotten to be indigent over, especially after COVID. And one of the things we identified when we were receiving the State of the City report as the new administration was to ask, what are we doing about investment in the city? We had, I think it was 1.2 billion rand that we were targeting per annum that we were tracking through the SDBIP. We then took a decision that within a space of few months, we need to come up with an economic revitalization strategy. Where we set targets, obviously responding to the unemployment pandemic in the country, that we wanted to grow the economy by 3.9% average between now and 2029, in which people said, you guys are crazy, the country is not even reaching there. But for us, what was important is that we know that this city once grew by 6%. And in a space of a decade, it had started growing by 0.3% in terms of the economy. And so we went to an extent of going into the sectors that needs to be supported, the investment that we are looking for, where we said between 17 and 26 billion rand, if it can be invested into the city of Tshwane, we may be able to get the 80,000 jobs in the formal and informal economy. So in terms of the direction, the strategic direction, we took that strategy to council, even though it was a MEICO delegate, because we wanted the buy-in of all the leaders in council, which we got the support. What we have seen, we obviously started with the activities, and we are very encouraged, Honorable Beasley, that the private sector has started responding. The first measure, which is not a real measure that gives us jobs immediately, was when we hosted the investment summit, where we were targeting 5 billion rand in pledges, and we walked away with 89 billion rand. Of course, there's work now that is happening to follow up on those pledges. to turn them into real investment. If you go across the city, there are cranes that are going up, which we have not seen in a long time, because we started simplifying our approach, which is give the red carpet to the business sector if they're going to give us the number of jobs that we require. We were very encouraged when the quarter two we received, the Stats SA report that in Tshwane we were able to produce 85% of the jobs that were produced in Gauteng. And for us, honorable members, it meant that there's potential. We do a lot of work behind the scenes, and through that Economic Growth Committee that I chair with the members of the MECO, we do a lot of work, but there are things that are going to inhibit our efforts. One of them is the issue of infrastructure development. The amounts that we are reporting here, you can't invest 2.8 billion rand into the economy of our size. This city contributes 9% of the to the national GDP, 25% to the provincial GDP. The investment we are putting on infrastructure doesn't back up our ambitions. And so we're doing other things, especially through the trading reforms, but also in learning how to fund our infrastructure differently other than the funding through council or grants. But this is an ambition, Honorable Beasley, that we have as the city, that for us to reach the state of financial stability, to reduce reliance of residents from the indigent package, we need people to have jobs. And therefore, that's what the whole strategy is about. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, colleagues. Thanks, Honorable Beasley, and thanks to the team from Tshwane. Could you mute when you're not speaking? We can hear the shuffling of paper. Thank you very much. Can I go to Honorable Mende?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm trying to switch on my camera, and I'm not sure if the picture is properly showing.
At some point, for a split second, we thought we were falling like former Minister Nene there when your chair did the thing. Got worried for a second. But anyway, I'll start your clock now.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, good morning to the colleagues and good morning to the Tshwane team. Chair, the first thing I would like to say is to ask if your office has requested the full line items as the findings of the AG. And if that was the case, where is that information? Because there's quite a lot of information that we're missing. And at this point, I'm not sure if we are together in terms of accountability. You can answer that later, Chair, because the only thing we received was the presentation. And I was hoping that during the 30 minutes of the city explaining its own submission to us, they were going to go to town in explaining exactly what is it that they are doing in relation to addressing the concerns and the findings of the Auditor General and the concerns of the public at large. Now, Mayor, you started the session by saying, in particular, in relation to the issue of water tankering, which is a big conversation in South Africa, and we know the corruption around it. Second to that is what is happening, that Tshwane is in the spectacle. Madlanga Commission is full blast on Tshwane. And the mayor did not address that as to what is it that is being done, because at this point, all of that is as a result of not addressing issues of governance and not complying with EU legislations, in particular around the SCM. Now, in the water tankering, the mayor is saying, no, we have identified some and we have now referred some to the SIU. I'm very worried when I hear that, because it gets to show that you have identified some, you have referred, but internally you are doing absolutely nothing. But over and above that is the scope within which you deal with this water tankering tender issuing, because you ought to know how are you going to monitor it? You ought to know at what point do you pay an invoice? How do you measure service being delivered? How do you measure a person who says, I have 5 water tankers and I have 5 water tankers at all the 5 points in the morning, midday, and in the evening for the people to get that water? But most importantly, how do we prevent people from not getting water? How do we prevent the situation where the pipes are no longer delivering water to the people? That is very crucial, Mayor. You can address the issue of you are referring to SIU is no longer something that entices or interests us, because for the mere fact that SIU must come and do it, it means from the city manager to the executive led by yourself, there is no monitoring, there is no accountability. And what is more worrying is the fact that when you have identified that, we are not hearing that we have done the following and the following people are accountable for that. As such, those people are no longer part of the municipalities. Those people are wearing orange overalls in jail. I want you to go back there and tell us exactly what is it that is being done around the water tankering corruption. Now, second to that, Mr. Cameron also comes in and state losses to the municipality. And on the losses that he's stating to the municipality, he doesn't tell us who has been made accountable for those losses, what are the recoveries, and who is in jail for that. We need that. And that is exactly what we look for in SCOPA. In SCOPA, we don't look for a story. We're not looking for a story. You can explain, but we are not looking for an explanation. We're looking for action. We're looking for what is it that we have done for this line item. You can explain it the whole day today, but as far as I'm concerned, we haven't heard what we're looking for as SCOPA in Parliament. Now, also, there's material irregularities that were 14. You say you have dealt with 12. You're not telling us exactly, am I number one? This was the case. This is what we have done. This is how we have written off this money because we couldn't recoup it from anywhere. It was a matter of emergency or whatsoever. We're not being told, no 14, we've dealt with 12. How? Otherwise, the AG have told us that as well. But you need to tell us item by item. You have taken this to the council have adopted the following, and that's how it rolls. Then we are together. As far as it stands, you have not accounted for the material irregularities until we get to hear them item by item. The city manager knows this because this is not the first time we're having an interaction with City of Tshwane where he is an accounting officer. Now, the following areas, AG is very concerned about. So are we and the nation at large, especially the communities of Tshwane. The AG says there is unfair disqualification of bidders by Tshwane. So when AG is saying that, which projects or tenders is she referring to? And what is your understanding of that? Which bids did we unfairly remove people that were qualifying and selected people that were not qualifying? And she's clear saying there are people selected with no tax affairs in place, and they are not monitored when they are being paid. Invoices are not monitored, but they are paid. invoices are paid in advance without work being checked if it's done or not. And until you tell us exactly what is the Auditor General talking about, because the Auditor General, again, deals with a specific group of items, because she selects a few in order to make an audit. But you are dealing with the entire cohort. You have a full list of the projects, and you know very well which projects are under investigation and which projects are actually giving red flags. And what have you done about that? Do you know, Mayor and the city manager, of any bidders that were unfairly removed or not selected by the city of Tshwane? And what did you do about that? Then there's deviations, Chair. This is what I was referring to on my opening remark. Then there's deviations, and the AG says you deviate without justifiable cause. What are these deviations that she's talking to? And can we get a list of deviations so that we can read for ourselves and ask you item by item, why did you deviate here? I hear the mayor says any official who comes to them as MEICO with the deviations, they might as well come with a resignation letter, and that should be an attitude. You are deviating simply because you did not follow the proper legislation in terms of ensuring that in advance, you know this particular project is coming to an end, and therefore 6 months or a year before, I ought to start the process of identifying the next person through the proper advertisement, selection, and all of that. And if you fail to do such simple, basic procedures in order to identify or get a new person to come in, then we're going to have an issue of we extended simply because it was coming to an end and people were not going to get water, and then we extended because there was going to be crisis. We create crisis in order for us to deviate, in order for us to extend, and that's not acceptable. So which deviations are we talking about here? Can we get that list? And then we start to scrutinize item by item. And then the most worrying, Chair, is that there's possible collusion between officials and bidders. This is full blast in the Madlanga Commission. In the Madlanga Commission, they are dealing exactly with this matter with Tshwane. We still don't talk about it because we must act like Tshwane, there's no crisis. There's a crisis in Tshwane because your audit finding is red. You only have 2 areas where you are green, and one of them is HR. However, even in HR, we have a problem because in the same Madlanga Commission, we are told that a deputy chief of police was appointed outside the adopted organogram or the structure of the municipality. You ought to tell us what is happening. Why did you have people that are appointed outside the organogram? If there are such people, do you have them existing in the structure today? And how do you then categorize them? Where do they get salaries? Because then they go to unfunded. If they are not in the organogram, they are not funded for. So whose salary are you taking to pay people that are not in the organogram? Instead of hiring more people to make sure that Tshwane is clean, to enforce law, to make sure that there is water in Tshwane, to make sure that there is no electricity problems and outages in Tshwane. So let's talk, let's hear Tshwane accounting exactly on those things. Now then, again, we come to the water one on slide 28 with regards to is it Gubi's 85. You are talking about 2 officials, the director, Malachi, and I think it's also Director Piri of the Malachi and Piri. They have appointed, but this is the Department of Water. Give us a full picture. What is happening? Was water involved? Was this selected by the 2? What is the role of the department in this regard? And what happened? And how did the city manager deal with this when it came out that we have issues around this particular tender? Mam Nontenja asked earlier on about investigations around the irregular expenditures, the fruitless and unauthorized, and monies that have gone to MPEG. When we met you in last year, towards the end of last year, we dealt with this area and we were told there are recommendations from MPEG. The MPEG chair was there on the day. There are recommendations, and the MPEG chair made a commitment that no, we have referred reports to council. We have report for recoveries. We have report for the city manager to enforce more prevention measures on such matters, but they are recurring. We have a report on people that must be charged. And none of this is coming forth here. We're told this and that. And there was another problem that the MPEG chair raised in that meeting about the budget of forensic department, that the budget should be done for all the matters. It must be done as a budget of a department, not a budget that is determined by line item. And I heard someone saying, no, the budget of the forensics is done by line items, and therefore we must find some budget to make sure that there is other forensic investigation happening. And I do not know what kind of budgeting is that. So can we go and revisit that and then respond to it? Then the last one I have for now, Chair, is the SIU. SIU have referred more than 13 officials to the city to be dealt with in terms of disciplinary. And we're not talking to that. We're not being told how many, where is the list of these officials, what has been done to these officials, and how far are we with these officials. I'll end there, Chair, for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mente. Just to your question. So, yeah, thank you. So my understanding, and unless I missed the brief, so from slide 36 is a breakdown of deviation. Can we please mute, please?
Chairperson,
Yeah,
thank you, Honorable Mente.
Excuse me. Sorry, can you?
The issues around the full line items on the findings of the AG, how it's addressed and so on, as well as some of the issues relating to tankering, we will deal with. It is a fairly comprehensive list, and I'm just checking with our Chief Audit Executive whether we can draw that report, or whether it would be more appropriate. Can we draw that report, please, so we can report to the first issue. As far as tankering is concerned, so the CAE will deal with those matters. Then, with regard to tankering, we are, as has been indicated before, we have made it a commitment to start moving away from water tankering because it's not a sustainable manner to deliver services. The tankering was as a result of an historic underinvestment in infrastructure in certain areas, and we have quite recently, for example, in the Hammanskraal area, worked with the Department of Water and Sanitation and with Magalies Water in order to put up a what we call the package plant in order to deal with the provision of water in those cases. So we are very far down the road as far as that's concerned. We have the package plant is now producing water. We have installed meters, it is now a matter of making sure that the water is sufficient in order to pump it through to all of the households. And in that regard, I think the mayor would also make a few comments then towards the end. As far as accountability is concerned, in the water tankering, we are investigating all of the instances of that have come to our attention. Firstly, secondly, we have assistance from the SIU who are looking at all of our procurement processes. They're also looking at the appointment of or the allocation of tankers to various areas to make sure that that process is above board. Also, with regard to the service that is being delivered, whether there is actual water that is being delivered in those areas. So it is the entire value chain that we are looking at in order to get to the nub of the issue as to not only who was accountable for any of the losses in that regard, but also how to fix a system that has been broken over time. The issue around losses, we have initiated and it's on the record that there are a number of investigations that have looked at the recoveries. The recoveries as a result of either fruitless and wasteful expenditure and irregular expenditure. The question that is posed, who has been held accountable, who is in jail? Now we have not listed all of them, and clearly there is a need to then go back and to account in writing as to in respect of all of the cases that we have, where we are and how far we are. I think there's a similar question that the chair has posed earlier in the day. As far as the MIs is concerned, the records, we have all of the records. We report to the AG on a monthly basis on all of the actions that we are undertaking, and there are countless activities that we are engaging in order to deal with these material irregularities. Those irregularities are also monitored and evaluated by a committee within the AG that check and make sure that the story that we are telling and that the information that we give are telling. And again, because of the kind of information that is required, it will require a chairperson a full-blown report on all of the material irregularities. I don't have them here on my fingertips. So if we can be given that opportunity. Then as far as supply chain management is concerned, it is so that we have identified in past investigations allegations of unfair disqualification of bidders, and those matters have then been subject to an investigation. And the detail that is required exactly as to which tenders, which invoices, that to a chairperson must be the subject then of a separate report that we can provide to the committee, simply just because of the volume of work that is required. We have or we are right now in the process of uh, evaluating the performance of our various committees, the specification.
Sorry, we now cannot.
Committees. We are with those appointments, and we are also in the process, although we have not started with that. We're also looking at the possible changing of personnel in respect of some of the administrative staff that we have there. But we can then reflect on that in our separate report to yourself. I've indicated in the report that deviations, and I do agree with the Honourable Mente that deviations are more often than not devised as a mean to deal with an own-made, I would say a man-made emergency. So we have sharpened up the accountability or the responsibility of the bid committee to closely scrutinize all the requests for deviations, and then to reject them should it be clear that the deviation is as a result of an own emergency, it's not a real emergency, and it is as a result of that our deviations have decreased. It is as a result of weak contact management that there would have been a number of applications for deviations, but it is also because we have put those measures in place that have resulted in no deviations in a number of months during the course of this current financial year that have not been approved. In other words, that we could report to the mayoral committee that no deviations have been approved in a particular month, and that is happening more often than not. But in terms of the question asked, it may then also be necessary to then go back a few financial years, to 23, 24, to the current, to give the committee an idea of the kind of deviations that we dealt with, and what it is that we have been doing to then avoid such deviations. We have taken a note of the various allegations of collusion between officials and bidders, and Chairperson, there where we have evidence of that, we are investigating those, and the most recent case is then going to be around the issues raised at the Madlanga Commission, where some of those instances may form part of the case that is currently under investigation. The issue around the appointment of people outside of the organogram, I have noted those allegations too. We are investigating each and every one of them. It is illegal for somebody to be appointed outside of the organogram of the municipality. There's a recent case that has been referred to my office. We are investigating that, and the HR department has a particular role to play in getting all of the information at our disposal in order that investigation can be full and can be proper. There cannot be a case where people are appointed outside of the organogram, and in that regard, I report to the executive mayor, and such a report would be given to her we have already communicated in that regard. I'm going to ask my colleague, Dr. Malaka, just to speak to slide 28 on the issue there. There's Mr. Malachi and others. And then I'm going to also ask our CAE to deal with the issue around the investigations, the budget, etc., and then also the referrals as well. Thank you.
Are you there?
Yes, please go ahead. You don't have to wait for me. Can you hear me? Please go ahead.
Honorable Member, sir.
Can you
Honorable
me, because I think there is a problem on the Tshwane side.
Sorry, sir.
No, I'm saying I think there's a problem on the Tshwane side. Every time I try and speak, they don't hear me.
Can they hear you now?
I don't think they can hear us. Can I ask the committee colleagues to just call them?
Yeah, it looks like they don't hear us at all, because they are also not audible on our side. And I think they were handing over to the next person to respond.
Yeah,
dead quiet.
and he couldn't hear me, and he's quiet now. Hi.
But they are there, they are still on. Are they speaking on mute?
Can you, Sis Ndombi, please just call somebody there and tell them there is a problem?
Yes, Chairperson, I'm doing that.
Chair, can you hear me now?
My system
Yeah.
has been giving
Can we-
network connection problems the whole time now, the last half an hour.
Wait, can you? Okay. Okay. This hearing is going to be difficult if we don't solve the audio issues on your side. And I want to propose that we, after completing this round of questions, maybe we can break after, because we're coming back later on, and solve the audio problems. Otherwise, this is going to be difficult. I tried to intervene earlier on, and you just couldn't hear me at all, so I just left it. And it's happened a few times. So can we do that? Can we deal with Honorable Mendes' questions? And then I think we should break until the later time, so that we can resolve the audio issues. I'm quite happy to stay on after we break to make sure that they are totally resolved. Otherwise, a hearing is going to be unproductive.
So are we open?
Yeah, you can hear here. Chair, there have also been network problems on this side and a number of the computers on the main screen disconnected. That needs to be sorted. And when we are speaking, we are muting yourselves so that it can actually work, and that's why you can't hear. And perhaps we need a cell phone connection as well that'll allow extra sound communication with yourself.
Yeah, no, the problem is you can't hear us. So when I intervene in the meeting, the members can hear me, you guys can't. So it becomes impossible to chair the meeting if you guys can't hear the chair. You understand? So that's what we need to work out. So can you guys just deal with Honorable Mendes' questions? We're going to break early and reconvene later as scheduled, but don't go away. We need to work on the technical. I will stay on until it's sorted because there is something between the laptops that you guys are using and the conferencing system that you guys are using and the Zoom platform. It's causing us lots of problems, but we can solve it after you've gone through Honorable Mendes' questions. So somebody was going to come in after Dr. Metla's answers.
Let me.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible now.
Oh, thanks, Chair. The Honorable Mente asked a question on the AG findings. The slide 22 in the presentation that we served to yourself deals with the AG findings of 24-25 cycle. And in total, AG raised 158 audit findings, which are categorized into two. The first category deals with matters affecting audit report, or in simple, these are qualifiable matters. And on the other category, it deals with the other important matters. Mainly, these are processes or administrative findings. Now, there are two stages that Circular 113 of National Treasury requires us to implement Auditor General's findings. The first stage, Chair, is at the development. And at the moment, the city has fully dealt with all the findings at the development stage. And as you can see in that slide 22, the next stage is at an implementation level. And at this stage of implementation level, we are reporting, Chair, as of 31st of March, in terms of the progress that the city has made. And I'll try and speak to that in a moment. So the first line is the not yet started. So Chair, we are pleased to announce that at this point in time, the city has got 0 finding sitting at the not yet started. At the next level is in progress. Out of the 108 findings that affect audit report, we, at the time of preparing this presentation, we had 57 findings that were still in progress. And we had 24 findings which management had completed. And the last aspect is the 27 findings. These are the findings, Chairperson, that the internal audit has verified and confirmed that indeed the management actions do addresses the root cause as the AG will have made the finding and put the recommendation. So those 27 findings, they meet the standard of internal audit in terms of them being closed from the Circular 113. And so if you can look in terms of other matters, you have 33 findings out of 48 findings in that category, which internal audit has agreed on with management in terms of them being closed out. So, Chair, I must indicate that both management and internal audit are working together to ensure that all findings are fully implemented by 31st of May, which is in a few weeks' time. Chair, the city manager required me to also deal with the question of Honorable Mente in as far as the MPEC's chairperson's concerns, which the chair of MPEC raised in your engagement sometime last year. I must indicate, Honorable Mente, that we, from the forensic point of view, we agree that the budget allocated is not sufficient. However, the city, where funds are available, they then avail such fundings. And I'll give a practical example whereby in the past 12 months, the budget for forensics has been increased by 15 million rands in the 23-24 financial year, 24-25 budgeting cycle, and subsequent with plus minus 10 million rands in the 25-26 financial year. As a result, you'll notice that the number of investigations completed now, it has quite improved as compared to how it was 2 years, 3 years back. Because at the moment, just in Q3, the city has completed about 340 cases of investigations, and we are anticipating to reduce quite substance in terms of the outstanding cases. CM, I hope I've covered the questions that you required me to deal with.
Thank you, Honorable Mente. I'll be talking about the slide 28 that relates to the highlighted officials, especially around the issue of the ad hoc security in water services. But I just want to give a reflection that it's not only water services, it was an ad hoc security services that was provided for mainly water and other services within the city. But however, in part of what had happened in relation to the two officials that has been referred to, and knowing that they have been a subject of discussion at the Madlanga Commission, the city from that position, they have referred this matter to the Hawks for further investigation, and therefore, based on that, then there will be actions that will be taken through. Thanks.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I just wanted to aid our efforts in relation to the kind of information that Honorable Mente is looking for. Honorable Mente, in terms of the deviations that have been approved, we included the ones from the 2024-2025 financial year. So if you go to the slides, and you can advise if this is not sufficient, if you go to the slides, to slide 37 and slide 38, it will detail the 5 deviations that we have approved in the 2024-2025 financial year, which will talk to the figures that we were talking about earlier. And as we were saying, Honorable Mente, this financial year, where we are on the 11th month, we have not approved any deviations as the city, because of the attitude that you are talking about, that there's so much tolerance we can, have when it comes to poor planning by departments, by all sorts of excuses. And at the center of it, if it's not poor planning, is the SCM that has not done the work on time. So hence we put a line on the sand when it comes to the deviations. But it's insofar as the contracts that were approved, they are listed on slide 37 and slide 38. There is also a report insofar as MIs are concerned. We, as the MECO, we approved a report in terms of the progress on the 14 MIs. I just want to, obviously this is the information that we're going to provide to you as the committee, as part of what the committee would say they've been received in terms of information. We approved a report as the MECO in February, where it was talking about I'm just trying to get to the report just to give you an overview of what we approved as a way of tracking the implementation of the 14 MIs. As we said, in the 2024-2025 audit outcomes, we didn't have any additional material irregularities. So overall, we have finalized 50% of those. And those, they're in relation to, I don't want to give too much detail that you don't get some of what I'm saying, but I just want to give an overview that this is the report that will form part of what we're giving to the committee. But 50% of those, which is 7 MIs, have been finalized and closed. 4 MIs, which is 28.6%, are being tracked for implementation, as the outstanding actions can only be implemented by other stakeholders. We spoke to the issue of the courts, for instance. And then there are 3 MIs that are actively being implemented by the city, which constitute 21.4%. So that information is available, Honorable Mente. But getting into the other issues that you have raised that are not yet covered, I think, Honorable Mente, we would be misleading the people of Tshwane if we say there's no crisis in Tshwane to a point where no one must look at Tshwane. Everything that is in the AG outcomes, the fact that we are sitting at a qualified audit, the fact that we're not collecting at the targeted percentage, it shows that not everything is going well. Are we making progress? We definitely are making progress, but we don't want, oversight structures to say, no, we mustn't look at Tshwane. For as long as we have not achieved our performance targets, we're not collecting at the rate we're supposed to collect, or we are not achieving an unqualified or clean audit, there's no reason to mislead the public and say there are no challenges in the city of Tshwane. Hence, this work that we are talking about and the efforts that we are putting in is to ensure that we get the city out of the red and move it to a more stable situation. SCM, Honorable Mente, remains our weakest link. We experience it from all sorts of direction. If it's not in terms of what we hear in terms of corruption, it's also the issue of capacity. For instance, when we say we're struggling to spend our capital expenditure, most of the delays, they are routing from supply chain. And this is something that we've been saying we need to do something about supply chain. There are, activities that are happening there to assist with supply chain, but those activities are not bottom up. They are top to bottom, and the supply chain remains our biggest concern, that you can do all of this work, but for as long as supply chain is not airtight, we're not going to get where we want to be. So one of the interventions is that we must move to digital. At the time, even from other municipalities, that when it comes to the tendering systems, there was a long drawn culture of people moving papers from tender documents. And then for the city of Tshwane, we then invested on the Ariba system. And from the 1st of July, we took a decision that we then, in addition to the 2 categories of tenders that are already online, that we move the public tenders to the online system, which is Ariba. And for us, Honorable Mente, in terms of what actions are you taking? While we are dealing with the current and the historical challenges, this is the way forward on how we're going to make sure that supply chain serves the municipality. In terms of the budget, it's been covered, Honorable Mente. There's been an intention from our part. The fact that we could approve 15 billion rand during the adjustment budget last year, even though we still had a deficit, it shows that we were quite clear in terms of where our efforts are going insofar as consequence management is concerned. As a result of the investment that we made there, the CAE was confirming that we don't have a backlog from the previous 2 financial years insofar as the investigations are concerned. So, but I will check with the impact chair if I misunderstood his concern. The concerns that he has raised, even in public, Honorable Mente, was the quality of investigations, and he's not the only one that has done so. The APC has done so. Even the work at the FDB has also, reflected on the quality of investigations that we are getting. So that's the concern that I know that he has raised. Insofar as the water tankering, as my last point, Honorable Mente, I think, firstly, it's important to understand that why this line item become problematic. Firstly, this line item was not a normal line item in the budget. It came through in 2022. And as city manager says, of course, that was responding to the failing infrastructure areas that were not receiving water. And this line item basically ballooned to over 300% in terms of expenditure over the years. And so what we have done is the work where we say, let's divide the approach. There's the approach that looks historically, and this is where we entrusted SIU to be our partner in the investigation, that we don't just appoint a company to help us to understand what went wrong. Because as we said, and I said it earlier, that much as we can say that we can account for the 621 million rand that was paid over the 2 financial years on water tankers, it still didn't justify the amount that is being redirected to water tankers as opposed to infrastructure. So we then said, to deal with the historical issues, let's then investigate so that we get a credible investigation that will guide what has happened in the past and how can we improve it going forward. But the decision on the way forward was to redirect monies to fix the infrastructure so that all the areas that have infrastructure but not getting water from the taps but from tankers, that we bring those areas back on. Winterveld is an example of those areas where there's a lot of illegal connections by the farmers on that side. So we were able to go and disconnect and restore the water in the taps. Block U and Block R in Mabopane, same case, a similar case. And the past 2 weeks, we've been monitoring that the water has come back to the taps. Mamelodi is another example, which is the Ikageng area that had no water for 6 years, and the Mahube Valley, which didn't have water for 8 years. So every time we make this investment to bring back water to the taps, we obviously withdraw water tankers. The 2 pressure points at the moment is Hammanskraal and Bronkhorstspruit, where we haven't been able to withdraw the tankers completely like in other areas, but those areas are being supplied by the tankers that belong to the city. So in terms of the concerns of saying, but will there still be delivery? So for us, we said there's no more budget that we're going to, in this financial year, that we're going to give to the water tanker line item. Instead, let's then beef up our internal capacity. We have drivers, we've got water tankers to go in that area. So I just wanted to reflect on those things. But as the APC chair said, Honorable Mente, there's a lot of work that we need to do in improving our control environment, because most of these things, they happen at a unit level, individual, official colluding with the bidder, and we need to know or place mechanisms where we can make sure that we can detect when things are going wrong in the institution, and that's the work that is ongoing. Thank you so much, Chair.
Right, thank you so much, colleagues. So, so we're going to continue our conversation. I've noted you, Honorable Kubeka.
No, Chair.
Sorry, Honorable Mende.
Okay, I wanted to check if you're gonna get back to me in terms of the information we are getting and the responses.
Yes.
thereof.
Oh, yeah. So I was saying that look, we do our best to get as much detailed information as possible. So the information that is normally given to us in spreadsheets, the Tshwane team put in the slide presentation. So the actual presentation ended on slide 34. From 34 to 52, or at least to about 50 are the breakdowns that we're looking for. If we need to get more detail, sure, but we can do that. But the irregular expenditure for that year, we asked for the detail to be put in there with the amounts, which was done, and also the instances of procurement that were under that had been referred to from slide 37 up to slide 41, 42. So unless you are looking for other information or we're quite happy to ask for it. But the variations and irregular expenditures and so on, we asked for that to be put in, and it was.
Chair.
Yes.
I don't know whether it's me or the communication is not coming out clearly. I'm asking about these specific items. Now, AG says there's unfair disqualification of bidders. Which bids is AG talking about, and how were they addressed? The ones that they have as a municipality, which is a list, that's welcome, and we'll go through it at another time. I'm not sure what time are we meeting them again, so that we can go through all these variations and deviations. But there are specific ones which became a sample of the AG. And the AG says, you unfairly disqualified a bidder. Can we talk about that? You unfairly disqualified a bidder, and you chose a bidder whose taxes were not in line with the legislation. You didn't monitor. You deviated where it was not justified to do so. Which ones are those exactly? Because it looks like this is where the AG focused the most. Those that are in the sample, what are we talking about? Let's not bury information in detail. We're asking about these specific ones that are in the sample. We will come back and deal with these other ones which have been provided to us.
Okay.
Then the next thing, Chair, if they're gonna come back on those things, is the capex expenditure. When it was presented to me, it sounded like a fiscal dumping, because at this point, they are not even at 80% expenditure. And then they say, I'm not sure who was talking to that capex in the beginning. Then they said, no, as a city, they've identified some items they're going to include, but one thing for sure is that by the end of the financial year, that money will be finished. But today, they don't know exactly where that money is going to go to. And this is exactly the point. This is what drives the irregular expenditure, because at the end of the day, we're going to try and find ways around legislation in terms of SCM to spend that money so that we look like we have spent it accordingly. And that is wrong. Then the ballooning of the irregular expenditure. In 2023, it was at 423 million. Now it's sitting at 3.4 billion. You have included a list, but how do we get there and what must be done? Lastly, Chair, the problematic answer we're getting from the city manager about the chief of staff. It's sent to Hawks. Let me ask a direct question. Are the people that are operating in the city, in particular, your senior officials, all appointed according to the organogram? Do you know, as a city manager, of any official or senior official, not necessarily only the deputy chief of staff? Do you know of any senior officials that have been appointed outside the organogram, which was adopted by the city? And how do you pay for those people? Because this did not come as a matter of assumption or anything. And the fact that you say you sent it to Hawks, it means you are also not sure of what, do you have these people yourself and what has been done about that? Secondly, is the one of water. Let's be clear. It was ad hoc. Are we saying those two officials are the ones that appointed those people? What has happened to the Department of Water? Because the information at the Madlanga is saying the department preferred that particular service provider, not those two officials. Can we get information? And a reminder, we're in Parliament. We might be online, we're in Parliament. If you lie to Parliament, we're going to send you to jail. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. So we had, if you recall, colleagues, so they're not coming back at another time. They're coming back later on today. If you recall, out of the problem we had with Ekurhuleni, where they have to come back at another time, and Tshwane had to come back at another time, today's sitting is the same as BCM and OR Tambo District Municipality. So will be eThekwini. We have permission from the House to continue at 6:30. So the session will continue. The information that you've asked for, I'm sure it can be secured between now and then. There's sufficient time between now and when we reconvene later on. So that's what I would suggest we do. So had we been in Parliament, we're going to go to plenary now and come back later on. So we shall use the same link at 6:30 and then resume until, I think we're going on until about 9 o'clock. Hopefully we won't go until then. So we can continue the discussion later. Has the team noted Honorable Mandate's information request?
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. All right. Can I then ask that, because I also need us to sort out the sound issues. Otherwise, this hearing is going to be very frustrating. So could we then, so myself and the committee secretariat teams, Ndombi and Denzel, and the broadcast team, and a few people from your team, Executive Mayor, can we stay behind and sort out this issue? We'll just do a couple of mock things. It doesn't have to be you, Mayor, but we need to make sure that when we return, we have a smooth conversation, not the challenges we've had. So in other words, I'm going to stay on, and a few of you in the boardroom can stay on so that we sort this out. Is that fine?
Okay, Chair. The challenge that we have is that we've got the big screen where we are able to hear you clearly. And then we've got the laptops where we are able to speak clearly into the mic. And it's the lagging between the muting the big screen and the laptop.
No,
but
that is...
I don't know if, Chair, it would be advisable.
Now let us sort that offline. So let us adjourn. So what I am saying, adjourn now, and then your tech team offline right now. Myself and the secretariat team and the parliament stream team and yourselves, we need to spend the next 20 minutes or so sorting out this problem. That's all I'm saying. There is a solution for it. We do this with the Auditor General all the time and it works. So there is a solution. We just have to find it.
Okay.
So we do have people who present remotely. The Auditor General briefs us remotely from a boardroom themselves. So we just need to find out how it works. Honorable members, shall we adjourn and convene at 6:30? I will stay behind and we try and sort this out.